Looks like they're going the wrong way. All right. Be seated. Thank you for returning timely. We had to take care of some other matters in the courtroom, and now we're ready to proceed with the jury trial. If you want to fix your attention to the screen, I have some additional instructions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen. Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I will now ask you to stand and swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Juror number 7, you can stay seated if you need to, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, all the other jurors, please stand. Raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you are discharged from the court for further deliberations, that you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced and in accordance with the instructions of the court? If you do, say I do.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. You will be given a written copy of the instructions I am going to read to you. You won't be given them until the end of the proofs when you're gone to deliberate. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I will provide you with a copy of my final instructions for your use during deliberations. Now I will explain some of the legal principles that you will need to know and the procedure we will follow in this trial. The elements of the crime of assault are as follows. The defendant is charged with the crime of assault and battery. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant committed a battery upon a Samantha Cadet. A battery is a forceful, violent, or offensive touching of the person or something closely connected with the person of another. The touching must have been intended by the defendant, that is, not accidental, and it must have been against Samantha Cadet's will. It does not matter whether the touching caused an injury. Second, the defendant intended either to commit a battery upon Samantha Cadet or to make Samantha Cadet reasonably fear an immediate battery. As used in these instructions, the word force and violence mean any use of physical force against another person so as to harm or embarrass her. The prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about January 18, 2023 within the city of Lansing, Ingham County. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor, just a moment, what's going on? Mr. Bigelow, can you figure that out, please? Yeah. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but he may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or he may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents his evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyers has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of his evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence, but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyers will make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence in the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any facts in the case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts in the case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on a witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect Does the witness' age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts in the case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask your questions until after a witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, write the questions down, and pass it to my court staff. Juror number 6. I'm sorry, juror number 2. You gotta wake up. Thank you. Pass it to my court staff who will give it to you or give it to me. Do not show your questions to the other jurors. If your question is not asked, it is because I determined under the law that the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answers might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given in answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. If you cannot hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, raise your hand immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions outside of your hearing. Also, while you are in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay no attention to these interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family and friends. You must not even discuss it with other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals even if it does not have anything to do with the case. You should be very cautious about speaking to the people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and that you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to the court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply, and when the trial is over, you may, if you like, discuss the case with anyone. Why does this keep doing this? Sorry? During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I am about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that the jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers or television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigations or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, report it to my court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish. I think everyone should have a notepad and a pen. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention in all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You can see that we have chosen a jury of 7. After you have heard all the evidence and my instructions, I will draw names or lots to decide which one of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 6. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. I may give you more instructions during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of the other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. And you can proceed to your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for bearing with us. I know it's been probably kind of a long day. As I stated, my name is Jeff Bradowitz. I'm the assistant prosecutor here. And we're here today because the defendant sitting there, Mr. Cadet, is accused of the crime of assault or assault and battery. We have generally in the legal profession two types of crimes. We have overt crimes and we have intimate crimes. Intimate crimes happen between people. There are generally very few witnesses and they happen in the home. That's what we're talking about here. The people expect that the evidence will show that the victim in this case, Miss Samantha Cadet, is the adult daughter of Mr. Alerte Cadet, and that on the early morning of January 18th, 2023, there was an argument between Mr. Cadet and his wife that the victim, Miss Samantha Cadet, caught on videotape. As she was videoing this incident, Mr. Cadet walked past her up the stairs, and then as Miss Samantha Cadet was leaving the situation, going down the stairs, she was charged by Mr. Cadet, who then assaulted her. The people expect you'll hear from Miss Samantha Cadet to this. You will see video evidence that corroborates her statement. And you will also hear from Officer Joseph Trevino, who is one of the responding officers to this case. Now, it was posited during jury selection that, the parents set the rules in the house. And yes, the people would, not dispute that parents can set the rules in their house. But as someone stated, those rules are limited by what is allowed under the law. And I think you will find here, after you view all of the evidence and you hear all of the testimony, that Mr. Alerte Cadet did violate that law. He did commit an assault and battery on his daughter, Miss Samantha Cadet. And upon hearing that evidence, we will have met our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, and you should find the defendant guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Lee, you can do it now, or did you want to wait?
Do you want to take a break?
No, you can do your opening statement now, or you can wait until after you're closed to do your opening statement. It's up to you.
I'll do it now.
Oh, thank you.
So here we go. We're actually going to do the trial now. So this is a family. This was an incident between a father and a daughter. Mr. Cadet came to this country 32 years ago with a dream of bringing his family here, raising a family here. He was here 8 years by himself, saving money before he was able to bring his wife over. And they raised two children. His youngest child, his daughter, Samantha, is 22 years old now. She lives in their home. And lately, Mr. Cadet has been having a lot of problems dealing with her in particular. He complains that she comes and goes when she wants, she does what she wants, and she's very disrespectful to him. On the night in question, him and his wife were having some marital discussions. Anybody who's been married knows that marital discussions can sometimes get a little loud and a little heated. And anybody who's been a child has probably heard their parents argue at some point in time, right? I don't know how it was in your house. I tried to stay away from them as far as possible when they were arguing, because that was their business between them and I didn't want to be involved. Samantha didn't think that. She decided she was going to come out of her room and she was going to get involved in the situation. She pulled out her phone and started recording, and even asked to go back to her room, to leave us alone. still sat there and did it. After the discussion, after it was all over, Mr. Cadet walked past her up the stairs and was going to go to his room. But then he thought, you know, I still need to address her. It wasn't right what she did. So he comes back down the stairs and tells her, look, you got to move out. You got to go. This isn't going to work. You're disrespectful to me all the time. And now you're here in our business, recording our private discussions under some bogus claim that you're concerned about your mom. Well, your mom is a grown woman handling her grown woman business with her husband and didn't ask for your help, and in fact told you not to. Okay? So now, what happens? Well, she starts to show us her other side, right? She's backing away, but if you listen to what's coming out of her mouth, I will fucking kill you.
Oh.
You think I'm playing? This is what's coming out of her mouth. So finally she stops, takes her stand. In this little hallway that leads between the living room and the kitchen, there she is. Mr. Cadet's coming at her. She takes her stand. Well, he's going to go around her and go to that kitchen. He's not stopping just because you decided you were the sheriff in town and you were going to stop. As he walks by her, he goes like this. Get her out of the way. Well, that was all she took. You'll hear her say on the body cam video to the police officer, that's all I needed. And she launched her attack. And I will show you the photos of the aftermath of that attack. And you will see only one person came out of that with any scrapes, bumps, or bruises, and it wasn't her. Exactly the right thing. He refrained from punching her or hitting her back. He took a beat, there ain't no doubt about it. And now she's playing the video for the prosecutor, and Mr. Cadet's the one who has to come here and answer. So I'm glad you're here. Glad you're going to see all the evidence, and we're going to ask you to do the right thing and bring back a verdict.
You can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would call Miss Samantha Cadet.
You stop there and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat there. There's a microphone that's in front of you, and the lady behind you is my court reporter. She has to take down everything that's being stated here in the courtroom. We also have members of the jury that need us to keep our voices up so they can hear everything that's being stated here. So first, I need you to speak loud and clearly, okay? Okay, let me hear your outside voice. Say your name.
Samantha Cadet.
Okay, does that work for everybody on the jury? Speak louder.
Samantha Cadet. That's good.
Okay, very good. So you gotta be cautious or to make sure you are speaking loudly. Your responses must be verbal. You can't do head nods or shakes or mm-hms and uh-huhs because we can't articulate that accurately into the record. Lastly, if you hear any of the attorneys say objection, you would stop speaking. I will give an instruction as to whether or not you can give that response after I make a ruling on their objection, okay?
Okay.
Spell your first and last name.
SAMANTHACADET.
So you can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Cadet.
Okay.
Ms. Cadet, do you know an individual by the name of Alerte Cadet?
Yes,
And how do you know him?
that's my dad.
Right, and do you see him sitting anywhere here in the courtroom today?
Yes,
All right, can you please indicate where he's sitting and an article of clothing he's wearing?
he's sitting on the left side of the courtroom wearing the black.
Please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection to identification?
No objection.
Identification is noted.
so Miss Cadet, where do you currently live?
Nancy,
What address do you currently live at?
3016 North Waverly Road.
Okay, and were you living at that address on January 18th, 2023?
Yes,
Okay. And did something happen on that date that makes that date memorable?
yes.
What happened that day?
My dad, physically assaulted me.
Okay, so we'll back up. About what time of day?
I'm sorry, yeah,
Can she pick up a little bit louder?
okay. Ms. Cadet, because we have someone who can't hear and we also have a fan going, I'm probably gonna have to, you are warm, I might have to put it in your direction soon because you're close to each other. I need you to speak as if you are yelling, okay?
Okay,
Okay, so make sure your response is, so it's okay if you feel like you're yelling. We just need to make sure we can hear you, okay?
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll back up a little bit. About what time of day did this assault occur? Do you remember?
I want to say 1 a.m.
Okay. So what, I guess, what led up to, if you could describe for the jury, what led up to this incident between you and your father?
He was angry with my mom about something.
Okay. And were they yelling? How were they behaving?
He was yelling, but she was arguing back and forth with him.
Okay. And where were you while this was going?
I was upstairs.
Okay. And at some point, did you come downstairs?
I stood on the steps.
Okay. And what did you do when you stood on the steps there?
I was watching him for a second, and then I went to grab my phone to record him,
And why did you go and grab your phone to record?
just to document the whole thing.
Okay. And was there any specific reason you felt you needed to document the whole thing, or?
Yes, because he lies a lot and he likes to twist the story up to his favor.
Okay. So you're videotaping this argument from the stairs. Were you videotaping it a long time, a short time? Can you?
It wasn't too long. It was probably like a minute or two.
Okay. And then what happened when the argument subsided, I guess?
He was walking up the stairs and he said something to me. And then I responded.
Do you remember what he said to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember what you said to him?
I don't remember.
Okay. So he passes you on the stairs, and then what happens?
And then he gets close to me, and then he does a light shove, and then I fall, like I trip down at the rest of the stairs.
Okay. So then so you're now at the bottom of the stairs, then what happens?
Then I back up. I'm like close to the kitchen area. I back up. I'm right next to the like deep freezer.
Okay. And were you saying anything to your father at this time?
I probably was, but I don't remember.
Okay. And was he saying anything to you at that time?
He probably was, but I don't remember.
Okay. So you're backing up, as you said, into the kitchen area.
Yeah.
What happens then?
That's when he proceeds to come towards me, and then that's when he hits me in my face.
Can you say that louder, please?
That's when he comes towards me and he hits me in my face.
Okay. And so when you say he hit you in the face, whereabout did he hit?
Like my nose, mouth area.
Okay. And was that with a closed fist or an open hand, or how did he hit?
Yeah, it's the closest.
Okay. And so after your father strikes you, what do you do after that?
And that's when I fought back.
Okay. And when you say fought back, what do you mean by that? Can you elaborate for the jury a little bit, please?
I started swinging, started punching.
Okay. Did you do anything else while you were fighting back? Okay.
No,
Okay. Was he doing anything to you at this time, or was it just the one punch, as you stated?
Yeah, he was grabbing my hair.
Okay. And was he pulling your hair? What was he doing with your hair at that?
Yeah, he was yanking my hair.
Okay. And were you standing upright during this? Were you how were you positioned during this altercation?
Was kind of bent over.
Okay. So then how long does this fight between you two last?
Like about 10 seconds.
Okay. And then how did you get away from your father?
My mom, she separated us.
Okay. And then after your mom separates you, what did you do after that?
I went in the bathroom and I called the cops.
Okay. So I'm gonna back up just for a second, just for a minute, and just to go back, something I just forgot to do. So you stated you currently live at 3016 North Waverly Road, correct?
Yeah.
And that was where this incident happened?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that located in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
And is that in Ingham County?
Yes.
Okay. So again, backing up, you said you videotaped the incident between your father and mother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever show that video to anybody?
I showed it to her.
Okay. Did you show it to anyone else that night?
The police.
Okay. Do you recall how many officers you showed it to, or?
Just two.
Okay. By chance, do you remember the names of those officers at all?
I don't.
Okay. I am going to show you just briefly what has a small clip of what has been marked as people's proposed exhibit. Permission to approach here?
Yes.
Did you see? Right here, I will. Oh. Do you recognize that video?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize it?
I recorded it.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what happened that night?
Yeah.
Okay. People would seek at this time to admit people's proposed exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
People's Exhibit 1 is admitted.
All right. Now I am going to play what has been admitted as People's Exhibit 1.
I made you co-host, so you have to go
Yes,
to
I
share
accidentally closed out of the video.
and go to share screen, but
Yep.
make sure you click down.
Yeah.
Ton foot program simba da foot fun mushroom. M'deja dwo, ou deja dwo m'deja. Qu'est-ce qu'on permet tout dire là?
You touch me, I'm calling the cops.
Ouais, call cap back parce que
That's
papa.
right, yep, I'm
Ouais,
calling the
yeah, call cap because on va
I will
foutre là.
fucking kill you.
On va foutre
I will
là.
fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. You think I play? You think I play?
Hey, Samantha.
You think I play? You think I play?
On them now, ça va.
So you stated previously, actually, I'm going to leave that up there just for a minute here. So you stated previously that you don't remember if you said anything to your father at that time. After viewing this video, do you remember now if you said anything?
Yes.
Okay. And why why did you say those things you did?
Because I was angry.
Okay. Now, is that the full video that you recorded that night?
Yes, that was the full video.
Okay, there was nothing, there wasn't any more to that video at all.
No.
Okay. And so just for, just so the jury can kind of follow, where in the series of events did that take place?
The living room.
So what, I guess, let me clarify that a little bit. What did we see in that video? What part of what you described earlier to the jury did we see in that video?
Where he shoved me down the rest of the stairs, and then that's when I backed up towards the kitchen area, and then that's when he came towards me and hit me in my mouth.
Okay. And after this incident and after you called the police, I mean, how did this make you feel?
I was upset.
Okay. No other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
So it's been a tough time with you and your dad recently. Is he always asking you about where you've been and who you've been hanging out with and stuff like that?
No.
No, he didn't ask you questions like that.
No.
On the night in question, you said you were in your room when you heard your parents arguing?
Yeah, I was sleeping.
You were sleeping, and then you came out of your.
Yeah, he came in my room and turned on my lights and started banging on my wall.
And that was before anything was reported.
Right.
Gotcha. And then when you came out onto the stairs to start recording, how long was that total time period from the time you started recording until the end of what we just saw?
Probably about a minute or two.
A minute or two. So it was longer than what we saw today.
Yeah.
You recorded more than what we saw here.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Did your mom or anybody ever ask you to stop recording and to go back to your room or to leave them alone?
No.
You said, I'm gonna fucking kill you to your dad because you were mad.
Correct.
Do you often talk to your dad that way when you're angry?
No.
No? Had you consumed any alcohol that evening or anything like that?
No.
Did you hear what your parents were arguing about?
I did not.
You did not. And when your dad walked by you on the stairs, did you say to him that you're a stupid old man?
I did not.
You did not. Now, at the time that there was an altercation between you and your father, where in the house were you?
I was on the steps.
You were on the steps. So it looked like at the end, when he was approaching you at the end, that you were in the hall between the living room and the kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where the actual fight occurred.
Correct.
Gotcha. You had said that you hit him, you testified here today that you hit him because he hit you. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall having an interview with Officer Traverso of the Lansing Police Department that night?
Yes.
Do you recall saying to him that I'm not going to wait for somebody to hit me?
No, I don't recall.
If I played you a portion of your interview with him, might that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull this up so you can see first. I have permission to share my screen.
Or you want to just show it to him?
You could, while you show it to her, I will, well, I know we can put it up on the screen. Let me make you co-host and then you'll have permission.
So that
Can you
is a,
enlarge that screen? Yeah, make yours full size.
so does that, is that a fair and accurate depiction of you on the evening in question?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Do you recall having a conversation outside the home like that with police officer Traverso?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the short exchange.
Threaten, yes. I'm not gonna sit around and wait for somebody to hit me and not do nothing and just call the cops. I'm gonna defend myself as well.
So that statement sort of makes it sound like you weren't gonna wait for somebody to hit you, you were gonna play offense before it got to that. You understand how that could sound that way?
Yeah, but I did say I was gonna defend myself if somebody hit me.
Mhm. But there you said you weren't gonna wait till somebody hit you. You were ready to go, right?
Right.
No further questions.
Okay, before you do redirect, I need to put your video back up on the screen.
Mine, Your Honor?
Yes,
Okay.
because you never had it described what you,
Oh.
to the jury, what was being seen.
No.
You should still be co-host, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry, can I ask one more?
yes, you need to admit that, is that what you're doing?
I need to admit that as
Well, that-
evidence.
Was that the stipulated one?
Yes, I believe,
Yes,
Your
that's-
Honor, that is the stipulated Officer Traverso's.
Oh, it's already admitted, that's stipulated.
I also had two photos. I just want to check in with them. if that's
Okay, you
possible.
can continue and then we'll go back to the video.
Permission to approach you?
Yes.
This photo accurately represents you on that evening. Was that you?
Yes.
And this photo as well?
Yes.
Who took those photos
Who took those photos?
The police.
The police took.
on the date of the incident?
Yes.
Oh,
So I would like to enter these photos as Exhibit A and B. This first photo is just a picture of you after the incident, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the second photo shows some blood on your shirt, right?
Right.
Whose blood was that?
Not sure.
You're not sure. Did you have any injuries that were bleeding like that?
My lip was kind of cut.
Your lip was. Okay. Thank you.
okay, any objection to people, I'm sorry, defense A and B being admitted?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendants A and B are admitted.
Huh.
Defendants A and B are admitted.
Do I just?
You can publish to the jury.
I've got another. This is exhibit A.
Oh,
Go ahead and show everyone individually.
they'll pass it. They'll pass it around. And then, okay, Mr. Broderick will get his video back up.
You just like her to describe to the jury what they are witnessing in this video.
Okay, I don't see the video. Can you show it first?
Okay.
Afternoon food, I'm Simba fun.
Pause it. Whose voice is that we hear?
My dad's
Okay, and what area in the house are you located in this?
on the stairs.
You're on the stairs, and where's your dad during this?
He's on the stairs as well.
During this time, is he talking to you?
Yeah, he is.
What is he saying?
He's saying threats
What, in what language?
in Creole.
What exactly is he saying?
Yeah.
I don't speak Creole fluently. Like,
Okay.
Son foot somebody foot fun
If you don't know, you can always just say you don't.
Who that drum déjà? This one
Oh,
Same.
okay.
I can't really translate it.
Okay. So you don't know what he's saying, but you perceive them to be threats?
Yeah.
Okay. What made you perceive them as threats if you didn't know what he's saying?
Just by the tone of his voice.
The tone of his
Yeah.
voice? Okay. And then you can play the video.
I will resume. And so just to clarify for going off the judge's question, you said your father was on the stairs as well. Where is he, above or below you on the
He's
stairs?
above the side.
Okay.
Like a couple steps above me.
Are you touching me? I'm calling the cops.
Well, call cop back, papa.
That's what- yep, I'm
Well,
calling the
yeah, call cop because what
I will fucking
Can
kill
you
you.
pause it? So your dad is at the top of the stairs above you?
Yes.
He's trying to come down?
No. He
Who was that in that shirt there?
that was him.
Okay, is he walking down the stairs?
He is.
So my question was, he trying to come down the stairs?
Yeah, he was walking down the stairs.
Okay, and you were standing where?
I was standing on the stairs as well until he shoved me.
Facing him
No, I
or
was
behind, or was your back to him?
I was standing at the side, like beside him.
The side beside him?
So he was facing towards me, but I was standing beside him.
Okay, can you back up just a little bit so that we can see the view where he is displayed in the camera?
Yes.
And then pause it there,
yeah.
right there. Okay, how are you standing beside him in this view? You're holding the camera, correct?
Right.
And he's walking downward,
I have my back towards the handrail.
but you show me with your body how you're holding this phone or the device you're,
Like this.
okay, and he's up the stairs at the time?
Yes.
And you facing him, or is you're to the side, your hand is to the side while you're recording, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay, are you in the middle of the stairway?
I am.
Okay, and so he's walking down towards the direction where you are?
Yes.
Okay, you can continue to play.
Call cop because
I will fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing?
Hey, Samantha.
You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing?
Okay, pause it. Who is the other voice that we hear saying Samantha?
My mom.
What is she saying to you?
She's telling me basically, she's telling me to stop. Just ignore him.
Okay, can we go back? I don't know what happened to the view.
Yes, sir. No, that was the end.
Oh, okay. And during that time when she's saying that to you, you're no longer, what happened to your phone? Because we don't see what's happening.
The recording ended and it flew somewhere else.
Well, before the recording ended, we can see, but something in the dark shadows here, but it's not focused on the area that you say you were recording anymore. Where's your hand now?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You can ask any further questions based on it.
So going back to the clip from the body cam that was played from Officer Traversa, what was that in? I guess actually, can you provide a little more context to that statement for the jury, where you said you weren't going to, I guess, quote, wait for someone to hit you first? I can replay that if you would like to see it again.
Well, I don't think she's saying do you remember? He wants you to explain why you said that.
Because I don't know why I said it, but I just said it.
Do you want me to, if I may, I can, yeah, if you want to replay this back up, then yes, you've got it queued up.
Okay, while they're working that out, Ms. Cadet, did you hit your father before he hit you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, what did he hit you with?
With his hand.
And what portion of his hand struck what portion of your body?
My face, my mouth, my nose.
He hit you in the mouth with his hand?
Yeah.
Okay. While you were saying what?
You think I'm playing? And then that's when he hit.
Okay.
His hand back.
I'm not gonna sit around and wait for somebody to hit me and not do nothing and just call the cops. I'm gonna defend myself as well.
Okay. And how'd you feel?
So can you explain that statement a little bit more for the jury?
I'm just basically saying I'm not gonna let somebody hit me and not do anything. I'm gonna defend myself.
So your your context there that that is your reaction if somebody hits you first?
Yes, I'm gonna hit back.
Okay. No other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Cadet, what did the officer ask you that prompted you to give that response?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Question?
No, I was just gonna say I have Officer Traverso next.
No, but I'm asking her if she remembered the question directly. She doesn't remember. Okay. Any cross-examination based on the questions that I've provided? Okay, may this witness be excused from the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, any questions from the jury for this witness? Okay, Ms. Cadet, you can be excused from the stand. There was not a request for a sequestration order, but I'm going to grant one. You're not to discuss any portions of your testimony with any other witnesses, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would call Officer Joseph Traverso.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, officer. You can have a seat. You state your first, last name and spell both of them.
My name is Joseph Traverso, JOSEPHTRAVERSO.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Traverso.
Good afternoon.
Officer Traverso, how are you employed?
I am a police officer through the city of Lansing,
And what's your current position there?
patrol officer,
And how long have you been with the city of Lansing?
just under 3 years.
Okay. Were you working in that capacity on January 18th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And during and on that day, did you have an occasion to be dispatched to 3016 North Waverly Road?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Ingham County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why were you dispatched to that location?
It was a fight, domestic assault. Both parties had called on each other, stating that the other was the aggressor.
Right. And when you arrived on scene, how did you proceed?
I spoke with Samantha, Cadet, and obtained her statement.
Okay. And did when you were obtaining Miss Cadet's statement, did you view any video or anything?
Yes,
Okay. And who provided that video to you?
Samantha did.
Okay. And when you arrived and you were, how would you describe Miss Cadet's demeanor when you arrived?
She was cooperative, upset, clearly from the events, and she was a little amped out, but she was cooperative for the most part.
And did you notice any injuries on Miss Cadet when you arrived there?
Yeah, I noticed her bottom lip was swollen, and she had a mark, kind of scrape on her right eye.
Okay. And she explained to you how she got those?
Yes, she said that she had been assaulted by Mr. Cadet.
Okay. Were you the only officer to respond to the scene that night?
No,
All right. Did you ever have occasion to interview the defendant, Mr. Cadet?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know which officer did?
Officer Salinas.
Okay. And after you had finished, you both had finished your interviews, did you meet and talk with Officer Salinas?
I believe so.
All right. And was an individual placed under arrest that night?
Yes.
And who was that individual?
I'm sorry, I don't fully know the pronunciation, but Alerte, Cadet.
All right. And do you see that individual here anywhere in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right, and where is he? Can you please identify where he's seated and article of clothing he's wearing?
He's seated to my left, wearing black shirt.
Please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection to ID? Any objection to identification?
No objection, sorry.
Identification is noted.
And Officer Traverso, when you responded, were you wearing a body cam on that date?
Yes,
And was that body cam active?
it was.
Okay. I am going. This has been admitted already by stipulation, but I'm going to play 2 portions of your body cam, if I may. And for the record, I am going to be starting the video at what's been marked as 8 minutes. It'd be marked as 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the body. Actually 8:29.
So he came home, he started arguing with your mom. You were at the stairs making.
Just really quick, what part of what are we viewing here on your body cam?
Me obtaining Samantha's statement.
Okay.
Sure things didn't get physical.
Yes, correct.
And then what?
And then he got in my face. He
At the stairs?
at the
top of
stairs.
the stairs?
No, it was like right there in the
Right.
middle.
Okay.
And he pushed me, and I kind of did a body movement back
How'd he push you?
with his hand, just
Both
like,
hands or
not just one hand.
Just
he,
one
he
hand.
just did that.
Kind of jabbed
And
you.
then I walked down the stairs to walk away from him, and then I walked, and I forgot what I told him, but he said something for him to come full force at me and hit me in my mouth, and then that's
And that was at the bottom of the stairs.
that was like right
Right by
there
the fridge.
by the deep freezer.
So you guys get into an argument by the fridge. You say something to him, and he kind of lunges at you
I told him
and hits you one time.
I told him if he
Was
touched,
it with a closed fist or
yeah, it was
was it
with a
with-
cold fist.
closed fist?
Closed fist.
Do you know which hand?
I don't know, unless
Okay.
it's my video caught it. I don't know.
So closed fist hits you one time in the mouth.
Yeah. Let's see. I just got like, I don't know. It's just right a little bit.
Can you show it the bottom lip? Okay.
I don't know. I'm fine though.
Okay.
We try to ignore him. But he comes up to us, like threatening us.
Is he
Flinches at us.
drunk? Like what is the?
She says that it's some voodoo spell on him, but I don't know. Other days he's fine, so I don't think it's that.
Objection to what?
This is hearsay. She's talking about what her mom said.
It's not being offered for the proof of the matter started, though.
No, Your Honor, and it's already been admitted on this exhibit as the exhibit's been stipulated to.
Yeah, so they can use it for whatever evidentiary value it provides. But that statement doesn't show to be offered for the proof of the matter started, so it's admitted.
Thank you.
Just a couple more minutes.
So once with closed fist to your mouth, and then what happened? Try to describe it in as much detail as possible.
And then that's when my phone landed on the water packets, and then that's when we started going at it.
How are you going at it?
He was pulling my hair, and I hit him. I did.
Okay.
I hit him.
Okay.
And he
How many
was-
times did you hit him?
I probably hit him
And
only
where?
once. I got blood underneath my hand, so I probably
Okay.
scratched him. I don't know what it was.
Do you know where you scratched him at?
I don't know. I had my head down the whole time.
And you were just like swinging?
No, I wasn't swinging. I had my head because I was trying to grab the flashlight that was in his hand, because I know as a minute later he's gonna hit me with it. So I tried to grab
Has
it
he
out
ever
of his
done
hand.
that before?
No, this is his first time that he actually got physical.
Okay.
He actually tried to. I have it on record from yesterday. He actually tried to hit me.
Here, let's focus on what happened today. Okay. So you're trying to grab the flashlight.
This is continued from yesterday.
Right. But let's just get through what we're talking about today, and then we'll get into that, okay?
Okay.
So you're trying to grab the flashlight out of his hands, and you scratched him maybe once.
Yes.
And hit him once.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm just going based off what.
But you know he was pulling your hair.
Yeah, my head was down the whole time.
Your head was down. He was pulling your hair, and then what?
I was trying to grab the flashlight out of his hand. She was trying to grab the flashlight out of his hand as well. At one point, I had it out of my hand.
Okay.
And I was trying to go back upstairs.
Okay. And then what?
And then I said I was calling the cops.
Okay.
And then I noticed my phone. And I went upstairs in my room. I noticed my phone was actually in downstairs. So it's still downstairs. So I went downstairs. She's blocking him from coming at me again.
So she's blocking him from going upstairs?
No, she was blocking him from coming at me. So I grabbed my phone and I went in the bathroom and I called the cops.
Okay.
And that's what he did as well.
And this is going to sound like such a silly question. Why did you call the cops?
Because I know he was going to call the cops as well, so I was going to call the cops too.
Okay. How did it make you feel?
I know he's going to try to play the victim, but I feel like I'm a victim as well.
How did it make you feel when he started coming towards you?
I feel threatened, yes. I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody to hit me and not do nothing and just call the cops. I'm going to defend myself as well.
Okay. And how?
Just for the record, that is being stopped at 12 minutes and 49 seconds. And then, Officer Traverso, is that, it goes without saying, but is that a fair and accurate representation of what you heard that night from Miss Cadet?
Yep. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Did you, and I think I asked this already, but did you ever have a chance to view any video that was provided by Miss Cadet?
Yes, she showed me a video off of her phone.
All right, and was that video captured on your body camera?
Should be.
Oh. Your Honor, I am going to start at 14 minutes and 40 seconds of the same body cam. $14.41.
Parce qu'on va mettre en vini, ou faut courir cette machine, on peut pas entrer là. Mais pour permettre de dire que c'est n'importe quel dépassé. Vieux chien, ou sans honte, non fret en pile. Travail, faut faire le 10 novembre. Ou faut te lever là avec un snow côté, moun pas la même coup, ou prend la rue, ou al drive en bas, malandrin. Les fret, ou sans honte en pile. On vient parler. Tout le temps, mesdames et messieurs,
All right,
on sait
thank
son bousin professionnel. Même classe, je vais demander qui classe c'est de faire. Qui fait le bousin comme ça. Sans honte. Ou pour sans honte, non fret en pile. Non fret en pile. Non fret en pile. Non. Attends, beaucoup, nous sommes là, fun déjà.
That's what I said.
Qu'est-ce qu'on va mettre dit là?
Are you touching me? I'm calling the cops.
Ouais, prends le cap, parce que pas. Ouais, prends le cap, écoute, on va faire là.
I will fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing? Hey, Samantha. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing?
Non, ça va.
No further questions at this time. Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Officer Traverso, for being
Of course.
here. So you responded to this incident. You weren't there when it happened, right?
No, sir.
Right. Did Mr. Cadet cooperate with you that evening? Was he cooperative and didn't give you any problem?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any injuries on Mr. Cadet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were those injuries?
I believe he had some scratches. I don't recall exactly what injuries, but I know he did have some scratches on his arm.
Permission to approach him?
Yes.
Are these photos that were taken that evening?
Yep.
By you, yeah, okay, that accurately
I
reflects.
don't
what you
know
saw.
if those were taken by me specifically, but yes.
That accurately
were
reflects the
definitely
condition
taken.
of his arms that evening.
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to admit defense exhibits D and E.
Okay, well, as proposed exhibits D and E, what is it accurately first? What do they show?
They show Mr. Cadet's arms.
Well, he's got to tell us
Oh,
what
I'm
they show.
sorry.
What is it? What is defense exhibit D show? What is that?
Those were Mr. Cadet's arms the night of this altercation.
Okay, and what is on D? What is it showing us? Is that the front of his arm, back
That's
of
the
arm?
Back of his arm,
And
near
what-
the elbow.
Okay, what is the marks or what is the, describe to the jury what they're going to see on that?
They were scrapes. They were consistent with Samantha's statement of that she scratched him. Mr. Cadet's arms were very thin skinned, and obviously it just seemed like it didn't take a lot to make them bleed.
Well, what are you basing that they were thin skinned off of?
You could just tell his skin looked thin that night.
How can you tell someone's skin is thin?
I don't, it just looked thin.
I'm sorry,
It just looked thin.
the skin looked thin?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get for you to explain to the jury how you can tell someone's skin looks, if their skin is thin or not.
I guess I don't know how to go further into explanation on that.
Okay,
It-
and how can you determine whether or not he has, it doesn't take much for him to bruise? How is that based on your professional opinion?
It just seemed like when you looked at the wounds, it just didn't seem like we'd have to really dig your nails in to make them bleed like that.
But what is it that caused you to believe that? Because that sounds like something that requires a medical opinion. That's why I'm asking you that.
I don't have any medical.
Okay, so
opinion
you
about
can't
it.
determine by looking at his skin whether or not he's easily bruised, correct?
I suppose that.
Okay, thank you.
Officer, would you say that a wound like this on the bottom side of an arm is more of a defensive injury, or can you not tell?
I would not be able to tell.
So, but that was on the back of his arm,
Yes,
not the front of his arm?
yes.
What about the other picture? What are we seeing there?
I believe that's the front of his right arm.
Is there a bruise or something we're supposed to see on here? I don't know. It looks like black lines to
There are
me
two markings and that look like blood coming out of it.
on the front of his arms.
Yes,
Are these are they the same arm or different arms?
that I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
It looks like left and right.
Okay, but you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay, sounds good. Any objections to defense D and E?
Just a brief what here on that, Your
Please.
Honor. So you stated that those were pictures of Mr. Cadet's arms. Did you ever personally observe the injuries on Mr. Cadet?
Yes.
Okay. And these photos are consistent with those injuries you saw?
Yes.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor?
Okay, those are admitted.
Can I publish these to the jury?
Yes, please.
Mr. Cadet also had an injury to his head, correct?
I'm not sure.
You don't recall this?
I don't recall.
Is this a fair and accurate representation? Do you remember that photo being taken that evening?
I do recall that photo.
Okay. And can you see that he's got a big knot on his forehead there?
Your Honor, at this time, I would object to lack of foundation. He's asking the officer to testify to what's in the photo without having the photo been admitted.
Well, I think that's laying the foundation. No? He's asking what does he see or describe what he sees?
Yes.
Okay, he's just acting in a way that's leading, but he can lead because it's a cross-examination, so objections overruled.
So is that a photo of Mr. Cadet from that night?
Yes.
And based on what you see in this photo, does it look to you like he has an injury on his forehead?
It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell.
I'm not sure that there's been anything.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Your Honor, defense would like to enter this as defense exhibit C.
Okay. Who took this, that photo? Wasn't you? Is that correct, or you don't
It
know?
was either me or Officer Salinas. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, okay. So what was the, and I recognize it's probably an issue with the printing of the picture, but what was, are we supposed to see in this picture? Do you know?
So most of the times when we respond to domestic situations, we type full pictures of people, just so we have a record of what they look like that day.
Okay, sounds good. Any objection to people, I'm sorry, it's defendant C?
Yep.
Defendant C.
No objection, yeah.
Okay, defendant C is admitted.
Can I publish this then?
You may.
Do you recall Miss Cadet telling you that the marks on the right side of her face were not from that incident that night?
I don't recall that.
No. If I played you some video footage from your interview with her, might that refresh your memory?
Sure. Yeah.
And if this is at 1323, Your Honor? 1329.
This is the body cam for.
Body cam from Officer Traverso. Yes. That's about as close as I can get. But does that look like the body cam footage in the interview from that night? Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's just out of place. That's all.
Okay. You got like a little bruise on the right side of your head. Is that from today?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was her response to your question that in regards to the injury she had on the right side of her head. Did you notice any blood coming out of her lips?
No.
Did you notice any blood coming out of any part of her body?
I don't believe so.
What did you think of her response to you when you asked her if she was going to, why she called the police? And she said, because he was going to call. Is that a typical response from a victim about why they called the police?
I mean, every now and then you run into different situations. So say it's typical is kind of, yeah, in most cases where people don't like to call police.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
I just want to piggyback off his last question, because I don't feel like it was fleshed out properly for the jury. When you heard Miss Samantha Cadet say that she was calling the police because he was going to call, did that make you believe that he might have been a victim?
No, I don't think it had any bearing on who
Okay.
was the victim.
When she said following that, you recall her saying that she believed he was going to believe he's a victim, and she believes he's a victim too.
I'm sorry.
Did you recall her making a statement to you that she believed that he was going to call and be the victim, and she believes she's a victim too?
Yeah, yeah. I recall
Okay,
that.
and did that cause you to think you need to do any further investigation as to who was the victim?
Yes, I was, yeah.
It did cause you to do that?
I was there to investigate who the victim was already, so.
Okay, can you tell the jury what determinations made you believe that Miss Samantha was the victim versus Mr. Cadet being the victim?
The video was probably the biggest outlier of the stories, and when officers on scene compared both statements and then looked at the actual video, it was kind of clear to us that Mr. Cadet was the aggressor in the situation, and even though he did have injury, he was the aggressor in this circumstance, and that's why we made the decision to arrest him.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, I believe I have just one question. So you kind of mentioned it already, officer, but you did notice the injuries on Mr. Cadet that night, correct? Okay. And in your opinion, in your experience and training, were those injuries consistent with the statements made by Ms. Cadet in this matter?
Yes.
Oh, no further questions, Your Honor.
Was there any questions that you had based on my questions, or any cross-exam based on my questions?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I made this, or any questions from the jury first for this witness? Okay, may officer, you had a question, sir? You can write it down if you did. Okay, Officer Traverso, question is, how can you tell if it's a defensive wound versus an offensive wound? What things do you look for?
I guess I couldn't, you can't really tell if it was offensive or defensive. The main thing that we were looking for is what corroborated whose story. And when speaking to Samantha, she had mentioned, that she was being held down by her hair and she had been scratching him to get him off of her. And having the scratches on his arms lined up. So it just made sense that he would have scratches on his arm because she told me she did. If she had said, no, I never laid a finger on him, then I would have been like, oh, well, how did he get those scratches on him? So her saying that prior to actually seeing the scratches lined up.
Any other questions? Any redirects based on that question?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any cross based on that question?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Officer Traverso.
Thank you.
Okay, you can call your next witness.
At this time, people have no further witnesses, Your Honor, the people are rest.
Is the defense going to be calling any witnesses? I'm not gonna actually call it right now. I just want to know if you're going to. If you don't know yet, that's fine. I'm gonna give them a break to stretch. It's been an hour. Okay, so you can figure out if you're gonna call any witnesses. We'll take a 5-minute recess. All rise for the jury. And some water and snacks too, please. Actually, they probably should see Treasury while they're on this break. Unless Treasury will give it to you or somebody else. All right, for the jury. Okay, you can be seated. Mr. Lee, you can call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's call Marjorie Cadet.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? Can you speak up?
Yeah.
Okay, you can have a seat. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to speak like you're yelling because the court recorder has to hear you, okay? That's not loud enough. Louder.
Okay.
Thank you. And then if there's an objection, you would let me respond and I'll tell you if you can give your answer or not, okay?
Okay.
All of your answers must be loud and clear. It's okay if you feel like you're yelling, we have to hear you, and then this blocks the sound a little bit, okay? If you don't understand what we're saying, let us know, okay? State your first and last name and spell both of them. First and last name,
Cadet.
first name,
Mosley.
spell it. Do you know how to spell it in English?
Marljorrie.
Thank you.
Cadet, C-A-D-E-T.
Thank you. Counsel, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mrs. Cadet, for being here. You are Samantha's mother,
Yes.
and you are Alerte's wife.
Yeah.
Okay. And on the night in question, you and Alerte were having an argument. And your daughter came out to film the argument.
You got to speak up. I can't hear you.
Yes.
Did you ask your daughter to stop filming and go back to her room?
Okay. Yes.
Did you? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Why did you ask her to stop filming?
Marjorie, I talked to her. Stop.
To stop what?
Film the camera.
Okay, stop filming with the camera.
Okay.
What was she filming?
I don't know. Her. Samantha.
I'm not sure.
Samantha.
Samantha
Yeah.
was filming with the camera?
Yeah.
Who was she filming?
Samantha is filming.
I don't think she understands what I'm asking her.
Samantha said she filmed the camera.
Okay, she's filming with camera
Yes.
and she was filming the argument?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Did you see anything else?
Yeah, I see.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Yes, just briefly here. Good afternoon, Ms. Cadet.
Yeah.
So, judge just asked you if you saw anything else. What did you see?
Dr. Samantha said that's okay. Everything they finished. So nothing. Because my husband he not touch nobody. Okay. He not touch nobody. Yes, he was action he not touch nobody. Yes.
So it's, just to be clear, it's your testimony today that your husband on the night in question, Mr. Cadet, never touched your
No,
daughter.
No.
No other questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Cadet. Thank you so
I'm
much.
sorry, did the jury have any questions before I excuse her? No? Okay, she can be excused. You can call your next witness.
The defense calls Alerte Cadet.
Okay. Mr. Cadet, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat, sir.
All right.
And you heard the rules. I'm going to have your attorney question you about your rights that you have to give up before you can give a testimony today, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Cadet, you understand that you have the right to remain silent.
Yes,
You understand that your silence cannot be used against you.
yes,
That means you do not have to testify today.
yes,
Are you willing to waive that right? And you understand that anything you say today under oath can be used against you?
yes.
No further questions.
Okay, is anybody threatening you to get you to waive your right today?
No,
Any promises being made to you in exchange for you waiving your right and testifying today?
no.
Okay, you can proceed.
Mr. Cadet, just a little background information. How long ago did you move to the United States?
I've been here since November 3rd, 1991,
Okay.
and directly from Haiti to Lansing, Michigan.
And when you first came here, it was just you.
Just me.
And then you were here for how long before you were able to bring your wife over?
I lived by myself for 8 years, but when I left Haiti, we were a fiancé, but we're not married. And then after 2 years, and I traveled back.
And how long have you lived in the home that you're living in now?
Now, so I'm living since 1999 in this address,
Okay. 1997.
24 years.
And you work to pay the mortgage and the bills there. How many jobs do you currently have?
I work at two warehouse jobs. So I work for Amazon, and also I work for a company called Jody's under the name of Yazaki.
Okay. Are you also a licensed minister?
Yes. And also I went to LCC and graduated with associate degree in law enforcement and the second associate degree in correctional and transferred to Ferris State University, and I have a bachelor degree in criminal justice.
Okay. And so you have those same sorts of aspirations and dreams for your daughter, yeah?
Yes.
And lately, has she been coming home late?
Yes. And she refused to go to college. Even she has about 3 different scholarships, and she refused to go to college. She told me college not for everyone, not because I went to college, and I can thought so she was supposed to go to college. So
there's kind of some friction there in your relationship right now.
right.
Do you feel that she respects you or disrespects you at this point?
You know, to be honest, prior to this incident, we were very close friends. Even when I travel overseas, she's crying and don't want me to go. And I have to be on the phone with her almost every day overseas. And, you know, when she's grow up and then, become a young adult, she's become disrespectful and listen to the, her views, and she just disrespectful, won't listen to me and won't follow the rules. We're not even she work, so we're not access to pay any bills in the house. And also, she's prior to this incident, 3 years ago, she called a whole bunch of friends arrived in my house with 2 cars, about 9
I'm gonna
people.
object at this point,
And
Your Honor.
the beat up me.
So wait a minute, there's an objection. What's the objection?
Believe based on, if I'm understanding correctly, I believe it would be improper character evidence and also at this point narrative, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you want to respond to the objection?
Your Honor, we're trying to give the jury some perspective on the relationship between the father and the daughter so that they can greater understand the dynamics of what happened on the evening in question.
Okay, and so can you break this down so it's not a narrative?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule the objection as to character evidence, and I am gonna sustain the objection as to a narrative, so he'll break that down.
Let me ask you a couple of very specific questions, Mr. Alerte. Have you ever struck your daughter with a closed fist or slapped her in the face?
No, and I will ever do that. She's the only daughter so I have.
So those scratches that you had on your arm from this particular incident, were those defensive wounds?
No. She made it.
But yet she offensively made them, but was that because you were trying to grab her and hold her?
Yeah, when she hit me first in my front head, in my nose, between my nose and my mouth. And the third one was, round my eyes on it. And then there's no way I can, stop her. And I tried to grab her on her hair and then to stop her. That's the only thing I do. And then my wife just drop in the middle and say, don't do it, Samantha. The only thing I can say when she hit me and just say, oh, because I didn't believe she can ever do this to me. And prior to that, she's, I was very struggle with her from kindergarten. And then she never went to school and stayed at school for a complete week. Every day they have to call me and
She
come
had some
get her.
behavioral problems.
Yeah, even in a high school, I even transfer her because she can stay in that high school to finish on the year.
Okay. On this particular evening, given all that, you were having problems with your wife and you guys were having a heated discussion.
Yeah, we have, this is a family matter, so every family can have some discussions. But this it's something, so the suspect, there's some secret life and we want to discuss.
And how did it make you feel when Samantha disregarded your wife's request to leave and continued filming you guys?
Yeah, that was around 2 o'clock. I got out from work 1:30, and then by the time I arrived at home, it was 2:30. My wife was downstairs waiting for me just to discuss this and then to put it away. And then soon I arrived in my house, she was in her bedroom just waiting. I just opened the door and then just said, yeah, let's talk. And then she just come out. And then coming downstairs, she said that she was on the stairs. That was a lie. So total lie. She wasn't upstairs. She come in the living room, and I was sitting in a couch and then talking with my wife. When she come in on the stairs, and then my wife said, "Go back to your room. No one wants you here. This is a dog conversation. We don't want you."
Gotcha. I was going to hearsay, Your Honor, but
Objections to hearsay, but don't think it's enough for the truth of the matter asserted. Is
That's
that
what I would
correct?
say as well.
Okay, objections overruled.
So we saw the video.
Yeah.
You guys were on the stairs. You walked past her. The argument with your wife and you had ended and you walked past her.
Yeah.
What made you turn around and come back to talk to her again?
I didn't turn around, but I was living, and then she called me when I passed by her. She called me stupid old man.
So when you walked by her on the stairs, she called you a stupid old man?
Yeah, we didn't get the stairs yet, so that was in the living room.
So when you, after the fight ended, you had walked by her on the stairs and then you turned around. Is that when you told her she had to move out?
That was prior to the fight. And then when I said, okay, there's no way we can communicate because she wants to take over my house at this point. So she's a dog. You didn't pay bill, you're not a roommate. So you got to leave the house. You come a time now, so you got to leave because you're not gonna make me a prisoner in my own house. I work hard to pay my bills. And then I just said, okay, I'm going to sleep. So if we have another time, maybe we might be go to a restaurant and discuss this because we need to discuss this and then to put it to rest. So I said, I'm going to sleep because the next day I'm going to work, from 4 until the next day at 12 o'clock. So, and then when I passed by her, she called me stupid old man. And then I told her, I said, what did you just call me? The next time she hit me on my phone here.
So when you were walking towards her and she was screaming at you, where were you going?
I'm going to my room and then to sleep.
Okay. And when we see your left arm come up like this, was the last thing we see in the video she took, was your left arm coming up like this. What were you attempting to do?
Yeah, anytime. So for anything, even she's, I don't have any conversation with her, she always bring the phone on my face to recording everything. And I with my hand and then to pull the phone away.
Gotcha. Okay, so what you were attempting to do there was to get the phone out of your face.
Yes.
Gotcha. Did you punch her in the face?
No. And if, look at me, if I punch someone, in the face, it's so fresh, the picture will show it. And this is my daughter, this is my flesh. I will not ever do something like that. And on top of that, she's a female. I will never.
And so after the incident was over, you called the police first, yes?
No, I didn't call the police. What I did, I tried to put her, calm down. And I said, come to a place now, I'm gonna call the police. But, I go upstairs and then to clean myself, try to take the blood, the next thing. So, she's already called the police. I will ever call the police on my daughter, even she put hands on me.
Gotcha.
I'm not that kind of person.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
Cadet.
afternoon.
So, Mr. Cadet, you testified just a little bit ago that your daughter came all the way down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when she allegedly called you a stupid old man, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was that in the living room or on the stairs?
Living room.
Okay. And you said that it was then in the living room after she stated that was when she struck you, correct? Okay. So at what point in this entire altercation were you both on the stairs?
You'll never be innocent.
If I showed you part of the video that your daughter took that night that showed both of you on the stairs, would that surprise you?
No, that was before. But when the fight, it wasn't on the set.
Okay, but if I also showed you the same video where she never, at least in that recording, she never calls you a stupid old man, would that surprise you?
He has the recording, she can do anything she wants. So, because she's premeditated what she tried to do. She knows what she tried to do and to put me in trouble. So, you can't see how much anger she has, how much lies she been lying on the oath here.
Okay. You also stated that, I guess, so in the video that your daughter provided that was played earlier here in court, we see her backing away from you. Why did you follow her at that point?
Did you see me follow her? I don't remember I followed her anywhere. Because she struck me when I tried to go to my room.
I am going to, at this point, play a portion of People's Exhibit 1.
Because she said I heard her.
Sir,
I heard
please,
that
sir, please wait for me to ask a
flashlight
question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Afternoon food before I'm simba da food fun mushroom. Mde ha drum déjà. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut mettre tout là?
Are you touching me? I'm calling the cops.
Ouais, call cop parce que
That's
papa.
what- yep, I'm
Ouais,
calling the
yeah, call cop because
I will fucking kill you.
Sir, sir, please,
I will fucking kill you. You think I'm
Wait a
playing?
minute, let us
You think
hear.
I'm playing?
Wait a minute.
You think I'm playing? You think I'm
Mr.
playing?
We can't hear. Can you play it over?
Yes,
Mr. Cadet, you have to be quiet while we listen, okay?
Afternoon food before I'm simba da food fun mushroom. Mde ha drum déjà. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut mettre tout là?
Are you touching me? I'm calling the cops.
Ouais, call cop parce que
That's what-
papa.
yep, I'm
Ouais,
calling the
yeah, call cop because
I will fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing? Hey, Samantha. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing?
No, bro.
So, in that clip we just watched right there, Mr. Cadet, when your daughter left the stairs and was walking backwards, you did not follow her. Is that your testimony here today?
That wasn't on the set, sir.
No.
It wasn't on the set.
I'm saying when your daughter left the stairs and was walking backwards towards, I believe she testified, the kitchen, you did not follow her at that point.
This is when she said, I'm going to call the cop before, and I asked her, what you just call me? That's in my language. She called me old man. You know, that's also I said, you know.
Sir, that's not my question. I asked you if when your daughter had left the stairs, if you had followed her.
No.
So in that video, that's not you following her as she's walking backwards.
I do not follow her. Then I didn't see anywhere, so I follow her in that video.
Okay.
No, I didn't follow her.
You also, I'll move on. You also testified previously that when this altercation occurred, I believe your attorney asked you where you were heading, and you said you were heading to your room, correct? Where when this altercation occurred. Is your room on the first floor or the second floor of the house?
On the second floor.
Okay. And where did this altercation take place?
On the living room.
Okay, but were you heading then toward, are there multiple staircases in your house or just the one staircase that go upstairs?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, so were you heading to your room or were you heading into the living room or kitchen area?
No, I was living, you know, when I just stand up on the couch and then try to leave and go to my room.
Okay, but that's, my question was when this altercation occurred, which is what we just saw at least the beginning of at the end of the video. You testified previously that you were heading to your room.
Yes.
Okay, when that altercation occurred. Yet that altercation occurred, you said, in the living room.
Yes.
Which is downstairs.
Yes.
And your room is upstairs.
Yes.
So how were you heading to your room if you were downstairs and heading into what I believe was testified to be the kitchen of the house?
Kitchen. We were not in the kitchen. She was trying to went to the kitchen and say she's going to grab the knife. You know, that's not it.
No further questions. Aaron.
Okay, any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Alerte, the video that we saw, the 30-second video that she played, was a tiny fraction of everything that happened that night?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got a still photo here from Mr. Traverso's body cam that I would like to show you that I think clearly identifies the spot where the final altercation occurred.
Yes.
This is the hallway right there. You come down the stairs. That's the hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want the jury to be able to see the space where this incident occurred. So I'm going to show you this photo, and I want you to tell me if this looks to you like like the spot where the actual incident between you and her actually occurred. Okay. So it's on the screen. Let's just, so this is stairway over here, right?
Yeah.
You came down the stairs, you went around the corner, and about where that guy is standing, that's about where she was standing as you were heading down the hallway towards the kitchen, yeah?
Right.
And that's where she made her stand and said, "You think I'm playing?" Right?
Yeah.
And so that's where you were trying to go around her, right?
Yeah.
So everybody can see that's a pretty small area. That officer is quite a bit bigger than you and her probably, but one person kind of fills up that space, yeah?
Sure.
So when she stopped right there, you couldn't get around her, right?
No.
So she was basically saying to you, this is it.
Yeah.
You come to me, you know what's gonna happen.
Right.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the jury? May this witness be excused from the stand. Thank you. You can call your next witness.
Defense rescue.
Any rebuttal witnesses?
Just one second. Sorry. No rebuttal witnesses, Your Honor.
Closing argument.
Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us. I know it's getting a little late in the day, but we're almost through here. So I told you before that this was going to be it's what we call an intimate crime. It's a crime between individuals in a closed setting. As you can see from that last picture that Mr. Lee put up, this was a very narrow area. This was a very small area. However, we heard testimony here today from the victim, Ms. Samantha Cadet, from Officer Joseph Traverso, and mainly from Mr. Alerte Cadet as to what occurred during this incident. And now if we look at that testimony, I think it is fairly obvious, fairly clear how the evidence presents here. We heard testimony from Ms. Samantha Cadet that she heard her parents arguing. She got up, she began videoing the incident. She then testified that her father walked past her up the stairs. They got into an argument. She was then, I believe she testified pushed, but she told the officer that he put a hand on her and she ended up down at the bottom of the stairs. She then began to back away from her father still filming. It was at that point that Mr. Cadet followed her down the stairs, proceeded to confront her and yell at her, and then struck her in the face, to which she then defended herself. We saw the video that Ms. Cadet took that day that corroborates everything she told us. We heard her statement on the night that this happened to Officer Traverso that again corroborates her statement. She never once, or I shouldn't say one, but she only on small details between the night that this incident happened and almost 7 months later to today has changed her story. There are very small details that change, and people's memories are imperfect. However, if you compare that to the testimony of Mr. Cadet says that him and his daughter had this altercation in the living room and that they were never on the stairs, but we see from the video that they were on the stairs. He also said that in his direct examination with Mr. Lee that when this altercation occurred, he was headed to his room. But again, we clearly see from the video that was supplied by Miss Cadet that he walks down the stairs after she has already left the stairs and is following her. He is continuing this confrontation. We also again heard testimony from Officer Traverso that it was after viewing this video and him and Officer Simmons interviewing both parties that they made the decision to arrest the defendant. I think it's fairly clear, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at all of the evidence that was presented here, we have one story that is consistent every time, or the vast majority consistent every time, and one that has changed. Now, I asked Mr. Cadet if he testified that his daughter at one point called him a stupid old man. But again, we see from the video that that never happened. I think, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the evidence here in this case, you will find that the only verdict you can come back with is that the people have met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt, and Mr. Cadet is guilty of the crime of assault or assault and battery against Miss Samantha Cadet. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that sometimes things get a little lost in translation. So if you're talking to Mr. Cadet and you say, where did the incident occur? He says, well, it occurred in the living room. Well, it did. I just showed you where it occurred. It occurred in the living room. And you start saying, well, it didn't occur on the stairs. He's thinking, no, I didn't get beat up on the stairs. I got beat up in the living room. But it's interesting that the prosecutor should talk about who the police decided to arrest, because Officer Traverso said something interesting. He said, I believed her because the photos corroborated what she said about scratching him. So she said she scratched him, and then he looked at her arms, and he had scratches on his arms. So he's like, okay, that's explained, right? That corroborated. That makes sense. But let's look at what she said here today. She said, I don't remember saying anything to him before this all went down. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. 3 times she says that. You think I'm playing with you? You think I'm playing with you? No, you think I'm playing with you. You think I'm playing with you. 4 times she says that. But when she comes into court, I don't remember saying nothing. What happened? I don't remember. I said to her, is it okay for you to speak to him like that? Or why were you speaking to him like this? She said, well, I was angry. I'm angry, so I can talk to my dad like that. She said, the blood on the shirt was hers. She sat right there and said, the blood on the shirt was mine. But you heard the police officer. She wasn't believing. I showed you the photo. She wasn't believing. No, that blood was his. Okay? When we were asking her, when the police officer was asking her about how she responded to him, she started to say, I'm going to threaten, but then she stopped. She remembered who she was talking to, and she said, well, I'm going to defend myself, right? And she kept showing us all throughout this whole time that she's got another gear she doesn't want you to see. She wants you to keep your eyes focused on that video, but the one thing about that video is it's one-sided. It only shows one perspective. That was her view of it. It wasn't his view, right? She told several different stories. If you watch the complete interview with Officer Traverso, she said he punched me on the stairs. She said he punched me in the kitchen. The first thing she said was he hit me with the flashlight. She was just trying to come up with reasons to excuse why it was okay for her to beat him up, because that's what she did. And finally, this whole claim about him punching her in the mouth. You got the video. You're going to be able to take your time and watch it 300 times, just like I have. His arm comes up and out like this. Up and out like this. Nobody punches like that. If you're going to punch somebody, you punch them, right? She didn't get punched. She didn't get punched. But she made sure somebody got punched. Look at those photos I gave you. You can look at Mr. Alerte Cadet right now. He ain't got no lump on his forehead, but he did after that night. She's going through a stage. She doesn't like the fact that he's always questioning her. She wanted to get involved in their business even after her mother told her, go back to bed. This is our business. And one thing led to another. And when she got the opportunity, just like she told that police officer, I'm not gonna wait for somebody to hit me. I'm gonna go ahead and do what I gotta do. And that's what she did. Now, I don't know what Mr. Cadet wants to do about that. He's a father, I doubt he's gonna do anything about that. But one thing we cannot do is find this guy guilty and convict him for what she did to him. That wouldn't be right. So I'm gonna ask you to do the right thing and come back with a verdict of not guilty. And if you, after having reviewed all of this, can't really say, or don't know for sure, that's called reasonable doubt. That's a not guilty verdict as well. Okay? Thank you guys. Thanks for being
Can you re-argument?
Just briefly, Your Honor. So, Mr. Lee pointed out, he made a comment that sometimes things get lost in translation. I would argue that that's what Mr. Lee wants you to do with the clip of the video he played. The clip of the video he played, if taken just by itself, may sound like Ms. Cadet was saying that she was just going to not wait around for somebody to hit her and she was going to swing first. However, when you watch the video in context, when you watch the full statement that she gave to Officer Traverso there, she specifically says that she got hit and that when she gets hit, she's not just going to wait around for the police, she is going to defend herself. And that's what she did. Officer Traverso testified that the injuries that Mr. Cadet had suffered were entirely in line with the statement that Ms. Cadet had given. That he had punched her, he had grabbed her by the hair, and she was open about it. She admitted she swung back. She admitted she hit him. She also admitted that she scratched him. She's never denied that, which is what those pictures show. But what you don't see from those pictures is that Mr. Cadet, and what you see from the video, that Mr. Cadet was the aggressor in this situation. Mr. Cadet swung first. And based on that, ladies and gentlemen, I think the only decision you can come back with is guilty. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our proofs and closing arguments. We're going to take a brief break. You can stretch again. I need to discuss some final instructions with the attorneys, and then we'll have you come back. I'll give you your final instructions, and then you'll be free to deliberate. You're not free to deliberate at this time or to discuss the matter at this time. You can just have another break. If they still have any snacks in there, you can have your snacks, and then we'll get you back here probably in the next 9 to 10 minutes. All rise for the jury. Okay. Almost to your most important role, deliberating. You've done the listening. I'm going to give you some final instructions if you want to fix your attention back to the screen. Okay, members of the jury, the evidence and arguments in this case are finished, and I will now instruct you on the law as it applies in this case. Remember that you have taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and my instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy or prejudice influence your decision. As jurors, you must decide what the facts of this case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes whether you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. It is my duty to instruct you on the law. You must take the law as I give it to you. If a lawyer says something different about the law, follow what I say. At various times, I have already given you some instructions about the law. You must take all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You should not pay attention to some instructions but ignore others. To sum up, it is your job to decide what the facts of the case are, to apply the case or the law as I give it to you, and in that way decide the case. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proved every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. I have no idea what's happening. I don't know what's going on with this side. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts. I don't want you to figure that out. Put it in an IT request. I'm about tired of that. Okay. When you discuss the case and decide, let me close this, on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence include only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I have told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence. You must be careful not to consider it as such. The fact that the defendant is charged with the crime and is on trial is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence in each side's legal theories. You should only accept things the lawyers say that are supported by evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions to the witnesses and my question to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, rulings, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It is my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and to tell you the law that applies in this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I am not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you decide the case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I have excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all the evidence, regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial. As I said before, it is your job to decide what the facts of the case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on race, gender, or national origin of the witness. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might distract the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How long did the witness look and act while testifying? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about the other evidence in the case? Need all the jurors to shake themselves because you need to you're deciding someone's fate. So you can't be half asleep when I'm giving instructions, okay? If you need a drink of water, let me know. Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, or whether you think someone is lying or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. The prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about January 18, 2023, within the city of Lansing in Ingham County. When you go to the jury room, you must take a written copy of the jury instructions along with you and your notes. You should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried out in a businesslike way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communication equipment until we recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each of you agrees on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case among yourselves, but ultimately each of you will have to make up your own mind. Any verdict must represent the individual considered judgment of each juror. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. It is your duty as a juror to talk to each other and to make every reasonable effort to reach an agreement. Express your opinions and the reasons for them, but keep an open mind as you listen to your fellow jurors. Rethink your opinions and do not hesitate to change your mind if you decide you were wrong. Try your best to work out your differences. However, although you should try to reach an agreement, none of you should give up your honest opinion about the case just because other jurors disagree with you or just for the sake of reaching a verdict. In the end, your vote must be your own and you must vote honestly and in good conscience. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. It is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by the law. If you want to communicate with me while you are in the jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to my court officer. It is not proper for you to talk directly with the judge, lawyers, court officers, or other people involved in the case. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, even me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with a unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone outside the jury room. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you may take your notes and full instructions. If you want to look at any of the reference documents or exhibits that have been admitted, you can just ask. We did have some videos, and they're on their computers. They would be played in here. So if you need to review them, you just let us know. We'll bring you in here and we'll play it over for as many times as you need. When you go to the jury room, you will be given a written copy of the instructions that I have given to you. As you discuss the case, you should think about all of the instructions that you were given today as the law that you are to follow. You may return a verdict of guilty of the alleged crime or not guilty. I have prepared a verdict form listing the possible verdicts. The prosecution has introduced evidence of a statement that it claims the defendant made. Before you may consider such an out-of-court statement against the defendant, you must first find that the defendant actually made the statements as given to you. If you find the defendant did make the statement, you may give the statement whatever weight you think it deserves. In deciding this, you should think about how and when the statement was made and about all the other evidence in the case. You may consider the statement in deciding the facts of the case and in deciding if you believe the defendant's testimony in court. Facts can be proven by direct evidence from a witness or an exhibit. Direct evidence is evidence about what we actually see or hear. For example, if you look outside and see rain falling, that is direct evidence that it's raining. Facts can also be proven by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So taking that same example, if you see a person come in from outside wearing a raincoat covered in small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it's raining. You may consider circumstantial evidence by itself or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence can be used to prove the elements of a crime. In other words, you should consider all evidence that you believe. When the lawyers agree on a statement of facts, they are called stipulated facts. We didn't have any stipulated facts in here. We just had one stipulated exhibit, correct? So we're going to skip that. Okay, you may consider whether the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime, but a reason by itself is not enough to find a person guilty of a crime. The prosecutor does not have to prove that the defendant had a reason to commit the crime. He only has to show that the defendant actually committed the crime and that he meant to do so. The defendant's intent may be proved by what he said, or what he did, or how he did it, or by any other facts and circumstances in evidence. You should not decide the case based on which side presented more witnesses. Instead, you should think about each witness and each piece of evidence and whether you believe them. Then you must decide whether the testimony and evidence you believe proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. You have heard testimony from a witness who is a police officer. The testimony is to be judged by the same standards you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. Officer Dan Salinas is a missing witness whose appearance was the responsibility of the prosecution. You may infer that the witness's testimony would have been unfavorable to the prosecution's case. The elements again of assault. The defendant is charged with the crime of assault and battery. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, first, that the defendant committed a battery on Samantha Cadet. A battery is a forceful, violent, or offensive touching of the person or something closely connected with the person of another. The touching must have been intended by the defendant, that is not accidental, and it must have been against Samantha Cadet's will. It does not matter whether the touching caused an injury. You okay? Second, that the defendant intended either to commit a battery upon Samantha Cadet or that Samantha Cadet reasonably or make Samantha Cadet reasonably fear an immediate battery. Use of non-deadly force in self-defense or defense of others. The defendant claims that he acted in lawful self-defense. A person has the right to use force to defend himself under certain circumstances. If a person acts in lawful self-defense, his actions are justified and he is not guilty of assault and battery. You should consider all of the evidence and use the following rules to decide whether the defendant acted in lawful self-defense. Remember to judge the defendant's conduct according to how the circumstances appeared to him at the time he acted. First, when he acted, the defendant must have honestly and reasonably believed that he had to use force to protect himself from the imminent unlawful use of force by another. If his belief was honest and reasonable, he could act at once to defend himself, even if it turns out later that he was wrong about how much danger he was in. Second, a person is only justified in using the degree of force that seems necessary at the time to protect himself from danger. The defendant must have used the kind of force that was appropriate to the attack made in the circumstances as he saw them. When you decide whether the force used was what seemed necessary, you should consider whether the defendant knew about any other ways of protecting himself, but you may also consider how the excitement of the moment affected the choice the defendant made. Third, the right to defend oneself only lasts as long as it seems necessary for the purpose of protection. Fourth, the person claiming self-defense must not have acted wrongly and brought on the assault. However, if the defendant only used words, that does not prevent him from claiming self-defense if he was attacked. The defendant does not have to prove that he acted in self-defense. Instead, the prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. That concludes our instructions. And so we need to first choose which one of you are not going to have to deliberate in this case.
Number 2.
Oh, juror number 2. Oh, I know you are devastated about it. I just know it. Okay, but we thank you for your service. You can be excused. You do not need to deliberate.
I need to go home, Greg.
You are free to go home.
I gotta return a bunch of calls from work. They're blowing my phone up.
No worries.
Don't
No
fall
worries.
asleep on the way out.
Be safe. Okay, be safe. Okay, the rest of you all will get a copy of my final jury instructions. You are now free to deliberate. Do not forget to select a foreperson. And then if you need to see any of the evidence and or if you have a question, you would have your foreperson write that question and provide it to my court officer. Mr. Bigelow. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep the persons sworn as jurors on this trial from separating from each other, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them or any of them orally or otherwise until the time comes that they have rendered a verdict, so help you God? Thank you. All rise for the jury.
We take these.
Yep, you can take your notes with you, of course.
The exhibits.
These.
Oh, yeah, you take the exhibits too, that's fine. Okay, we are in recess until the time that we have a verdict. Because they do tend to have questions, don't go far because we don't want to have to track anybody down. Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, take your time. Okay, you can be seated. Okay, so there was a question from the jury. It said we need to see the longer video from the daughter's video. I'm assuming you're asking to see the original from the daughter. That original was not entered into evidence. So we cannot, the court cannot display that because the parties never entered that into evidence. What I can do, however, is replay the body cam, which shows the evidence of her video playing there, but the full body or the full video from the daughters was not admitted into evidence. Yes, ma'am.
Was the shorter video of the daughters admitted into evidence, and if so, could we see it?
Evidence that was admitted was only what was played today. Is that what you're asking about? What's the question? Yeah, which video are you looking for?
So the second one, so there was two videos of in the house. One was 30 seconds, one was a little bit longer. It's that little bit longer one we're looking.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's play that. Okay.
Après me film moi foot sorti carrière il a foot quelqu'un jeune côté hier là on faut entrer là ou je une machine même machine matériel ou faut jouer nous entrer là-dedans parce qu'on va mettre en fini ou faut courir cette machine on va entrer là et vous permettre de dire c'est n'importe terre dépassé vieux chien ou sans honte non fret en pile. Travail faut faire le 10 novembre. Ou faut lever là avec un snow côté monde pas la même coup ou prend la rue ou drive en bas malandrin. Les frères vous sans tant pile. On vient parler tout le temps. Mesdames et messieurs,
All right,
on
thank
c'est son
you.
bousin professionnel. Même classe que j'ai demandé quelle classe il doit faire. Qui fait le bousin comme ça. Sans honte. Ou faut sans honte non frère tant pile. Non faut frère tant pile. Non faut frère tant pile. Non. Attends, beaucoup, c'est pas la fun ma ou de la déjà.
That's what I said.
Qu'est-ce qu'on va mettre tout là?
Are you touching me? I'm calling the cops.
Ouais, prends le cap, parce que prends le cap, on va foutre là.
I will fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing? Hey, Samantha. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing?
Is that the video you were looking for?
No.
It was the one inside the house?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, before I play anything.
You enlarge that one. You can, is that the largest it's gonna be?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
average version.
Okay, you can play that.
After foot, simba da foot fun macrom. M'de do déjà. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut mettre tout là?
Are you touching me? I'm calling the cops.
Ouais, prends le cap, parce que
That's right, yep, I'm
ouais,
calling the cops.
prends le cap, because on va foutre là.
Kill you. I will fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing? Hey, Samantha. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing?
Non, ça va.
Was it that one that you were looking for?
Yeah. The first couple of seconds. So when he's coming down the stairs, can you slow that down a little bit?
I'm not sure if I can edit the playback speed on here, Your Honor, but I know there is a way I can do it. We're asking me to be seen slow. It's that.
If there's a way for you to
Okay.
slow it down.
Well, I can, I'm playing off of evidence.com and you can slow it down to half speed there. Yeah. So just for the record, Your Honor, this is pulled up on evidence.com, and on here I can play it at half speed, I believe.
You touch me, I'm calling the cops.
Ouais, prends le cap, papa, parce que papa. Ouais, yeah, prends le cap, because on va foutre là.
Kill you. I will fucking kill you. I will fucking kill you. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing? Hey, Samantha. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing?
No, ça va.
You need to play it again, or is that okay?
No, that was good, thank you.
Oh, great, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All rise for the jury. All rise for the jury. Okay, you can be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I was informed that you did come to a verdict. You should pick for a person.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you read your verdict, please?
Yes, ma'am. For the defendant, Alerte Cadet, count number 1, assault or assault and battery. Guilty of count 1, assault or assault and battery.
Did you want the jury poll?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, juror number 1, is that your true and accurate verdict? Okay, juror number 3, is that your true and accurate verdict? Juror number 4, is that your true and accurate verdict?
Yeah.
Number 5, is that your true and accurate verdict?
Yes, it is.
Number 6, is that your true and accurate verdict? And then juror number 7, is that your true and accurate verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your service here today. I know it was a long day and the accommodations might not have been as comfortable. It could get warm in here sometimes. But this process doesn't serve its purpose if we don't have jurors here willing and able to serve. So we appreciate your support and your willingness to be here today to serve your most civic duty. We're going to excuse you now. If you would like to stay back and answer questions for the attorneys, that's purely, utterly up to you. Otherwise, you're free to go. And
Thank you.
remember to call in tomorrow again to make sure you don't have to repeat your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to call tomorrow, right?
You have to call tomorrow, yes.
And Wednesday, right?
And Wednesday. Okay, you can be seated. So. There was a guilty verdict by way of jury. This matter will be set for sentencing to allow the victim to appear. I'm not gonna refer to applications. August 21st at 8:30. August 21st at 8:30. It's gonna be your sentencing date. We'll get you a copy of your notice to appear, okay, sir? Okay. Any additional matters for the record today?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense.
Thank you. I'm gonna need the jury information sheets to turn in and then you're all set. Thank you.
Said it was August 21st, 8:30.
Correct. In person.